Okay, it's been a while since I've last done a stream, and I thought, why not? Let's go live. I'm working on a tool that will help me out within my games, and I'm going to call it an event sequencer tool. I've done a tutorial in the past on creating sort of a dialogue event system where I can assign a dialogue system to an NPC, and it would have sort of conditions that will run different dialogues depending on the conditions. And in that dialogue, each line that shows up on the screen, I could also add an event to those lines. So if someone says here's 50 gold, I can add an event that says give the player 50 gold or remove 50 gold. And it was set up in a way that is quite customizable for what kind of events I could run. The events were coupled very closely with the they were coupled along with the actual quotes that we're saying. So I wanted to make a system that sort of decoupled the events and what was being said, but still kept it together in one system. So here's an example I've come up with so far where in this folder I've got a bunch of events, and they're all scriptable objects. So I've got 3 dialogues and an event that will move a player to a location. So here I've got this event for moving Bob, and it's going to wait until he reaches there before it runs another event, and this is the location he's going to walk to. It's a 2D game system, so only X and Y. I've also got delays before an event runs and delays after event runs. So it's going to pause 2 seconds before Bob starts to walk. When he reaches the end, it will delay 5 seconds after he reaches the end. I can set that to 0, so these here I've got no delays. So the sequencer looks like this, where I just have a list of these in order, and so I can put the move to at the bottom, and I can reorder this list as I want. And then for the element, I just say open element, and it's going to pop open the element here, and I could go previous and next, and it loops back around. I don't like that word element. I think I'm going to change that to event, because it's an event sequencing system. So even dialogue is an event. So let's go back to the first. Hello there, that's what Bob says. And then Mary says hi. And then come over here is what Bob says. And then let's do Mary is going to walk to a location. This is only my second day working on it, so this is just temporary stuff. The walk to position I can do as XY, or I can actually give a person and tell them to walk to that person. So, and I'm going to create a whole bunch of other types of events. Right now, I just set this up this morning where I've got this list of the types of events. So it's going to look in my scripts here. I've got a, let's do a new folder for this just to keep it nice and tidy, and call it event types. And the dialogue and move to I'm going to drop in there. And they might have disappeared from here. Yep, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. Alright, and so those event types, I can create a whole bunch of different event types. So I'm going to drop them into that folder. and because I moved them, they might not be here anymore. Right, so this script here, I just do that, it refreshes, it goes and finds them. I'm still waiting on a forum to hear a reply back about this message I get. The event dialog must be instantiated using the scriptable object.createInstance method instead of using new event dialog. However, at no point am I using new event dialog. Just to show you, I've got this script here, and this is how I find them. I'm going to create a list, enumerable, and call it get all. And I'm going and looking through the assemblies, and I'm finding anything that has that on it. And it's doing is subclass of type of get type. It's selecting something, but at no point. Oh, wait. Ah, that's what it's doing. So it's creating that type to put it into my list, I think. So that's where that create instance is happening. Huh. Oh well. It's only a minor little thing, just some little errors. I could just quickly get rid of that. I don't care. It's not actually creating anything new, I don't think. So, and when the game runs, this is only for an editor tool. When the game runs, nothing of this is going to be used. Alright, so our event sequencer has these two things, and I'm storing them in another. It's being stored in here. So as a list, which is a static class, and that means that once I have, once I have done this addition, it adds that to that list. But every time that this initializes, it goes and populates this list with what's over in the other file. So I don't have to keep clicking that. Whenever I come back from doing a new, like coding something, and I come back to this list might have been reset, and I just click that and it refreshes the list. But then if I go and create a new, nope, that's not what I wanted. Review, create event sequencer. Let's create a sequence. So here's a new sequence, and it already has that list. It's pulling from another source. I don't have any chat up. Not that it matters, because no one really comes to these things. But where is chat? OBS, help me out here. Doc chat. Okay, and my on-screen chat. I've not used in so long the account probably is gone dead. And my mic was off the entire time. Okay, so what I was saying was that I had tried to do this with the UI toolkit, but Unity already has a list system that it can reorganize, and if I did it in the toolkit, I'd have to do a lot of coding and everything, and why not just use Unity's default stuff. So this is my Odin. I'm using Odin to create all my elements, and so this I want to be able to reorganize. These are my events. The new event list, I really and truly don't want that, and I might want to be able to hide this list anyhow. So let's go and nope, clicking every icon except the right one. Okay, so show fold out, I've got that false, I'm going to leave that on. Then I want to do, I don't want to be able to reorganize it, so that will be excuse me, comma, and which one is it? Draggable items. I think that is it. Whether that's being able to drag items into the list, or if that's being able to drag my items in the list. Let's see. Usually takes a little while to compile. I'm on a tiny little B-Link computer. Fan keeps kicking in every once in a while, but so if it's a little noisy, that's the fan. And do this again. Bingo. Alright, good. And I can just hide that away. So create new item, new events. I've got that. I wanted to rename these buttons here. So let's go back into here, and that would be somewhere up here. Okay, let's hide that. I've also got this. I'll take that to the top. And if not, and if and region. Okay, so no longer using that. No longer have that in here. Show list. Show list. I need the button name. Previous. Show list. Previous index. Okay, I need a glass of water. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay, so this was previous event and next event. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now the sequencer, I've got a test script here that runs the sequencer and so it's got the event in the slot. Right, so there I have that event and it's in there. And it will run the events all have execute sequencer, and it's just going to go through each of the events in the list and it's going to run them. However, where is it? Here's the element and it's going to execute an event, and here's my waiting before and waiting after. This, however, I want to be able to wait until that's finished and then I will be able to move on. And right now my events, where are they? So for instance, the dialogue, move to, so these are all inheriting from a base class, which is just an abstract class. That way all of them show up as the same thing, and they all have this execute event. How they execute it is up to them. But I want, for instance, I said in the move to that I've got pause until reached. I want to wait until it's reached and then continue. However, the sequencer just runs it. I could make this an enumerator, but like, what if I did that? Enumerator, and it just wants to say you turn no. Can I? Ooh, I need to go into this one and make that an enumerator as well, I believe. What's going on? Come here. Okay, let's clear that up. Okay, so that's good. Thing is, this yield return null. Sorry, let me put my phone on mute. Sorry. So this yield return null, that is, ooh, that is going to be waiting for a frame. I don't want this to wait a frame. So, and I need to put that in here. How do I, can I make it not wait a frame? Because if I take out the yield return, then I just get that with an error. Yield break is for when I'm doing a list. Oh, no, yield break, that clears that out. That doesn't wait for anything. Alright. And I could, okay, so I was thinking of this. I could do a while loop and say, well, pause until reach. Okay, so save that. I have no idea why. Start coroutine, yield return. Unity engine, Unity collections. I don't know why I can't start a coroutine here. Public animator. Can I do one here? Can't do it anywhere. Can I not start a coroutine in a scriptable object? Is that it? Go away. I can't start a coroutine in a scriptable object, but I can run a coroutine in a scriptable object. So maybe executing the sequence should not happen from within the scriptable object. I'm going to need something to run a sequence, and let's call it a sequence manager. Let me first just get rid of that, whatever that is. What is causing that? Oh, that is this guy here, which I have not yet set to a enumerator. That should clear that up, and you'll break. Okay. That should clear that up. And let's go back to our scripts. Event sequence manager. Oh, another thing was for the creating new events, which I want to get into that. I just need to make sure that my events do trigger correctly. Okay, so on this guy here when I have the create new events. So there they are. Even if I go and I think just basically saving something and redoing the domain will get rid of those. Yep. So I also, just to make it easier, I just have a right click, refresh all event types, and that does the same thing as clicking that button. So just another way to get at that. Okay, let's look at the manager now. And I believe this test script that I have is kind of the manager. Let's bring up the manager. So that manager will be on an object, and yeah, it's basically this. Just using a better name than test script. And this here is all wrong. I want to take it from here. There we go. So I'm going to grab the events inside of this, let's call this sequence. There we go. Alright, so that sequence, I'm going to call the events in that sequence, and it's going to go through them one at a time. And now I should be able to yield return start coroutine. Alright, so I'm gonna get the, I hate using the wrong words. Why do you do that? Why is it doing that? Oh, so let's call it oh, come on. Take that. Sequence event. There we go. Much better. And it's going to wait until whatever, let's rename that as well, list event. So it's going to get the event from that list, and it's going to say execute the event, and it'll wait until that event is done. Normally on a dialogue, dialogues also have to wait for a click, so let's try and do this. Public, no. Enum. Okay, so we can have two different types. Once I get everything in and working, that's when I'll turn around and say, I'll look at making it look better. Reorganizing all my variables. So this is going to be a dialog wait type, and I want to have click R and then utilize field float wait time, but this is only going to show if and I forget how to do this. Time to get to the Odin documentations. Tools, Odin. Show if. Not group, just show if. Conditionals, hide, show if. Alright. There we go. Enable if there's no. So that's the line I want. This wait type equals dialog type timer. Save. Okay. Give that a test and see how it looks. Something is not right here. Mm-hmm. I think I need the @ symbol. So @ Yay, that worked. So wait, type click timer. Okay, I'm gonna figure all that out later. Alright, I'm gonna figure all that out later, and for now I wanted to get to creating. So in this area here, so if let's say I refresh these, go back, I want to click on one of these and create a new event dialog. So first I'm going to have to check if there is a folder called events. I'm going to event sequence 1. We'll just leave it as that. I want to create a folder, event sequence 1 events. It's going to be named after whatever this is. That could cause problems though. Because if somebody goes and renames this, I'm the one that's going to be using the tool, so I should know not to do certain things. I'm just going to call it events. Alright, so it's going to look and see, is there folder called events? If there is, then we're going to if there isn't, we're going to create a folder. If there is, we're just going to save into the folder. Now, how do I go about doing this? And then it's going to add it to show list. It's going to add it to this list. I'm going to get rid of this add button so that you don't, because if I go and click add, I get this blank element. Whichever I set it up that you can't open element when it's blank. And then you can just go and manually drag and drop. No, I'll leave it that way, just in case you want to create your own stuff and maybe there's something you want to reuse, you can drag and drop it. But let's get back to this. So I think I'll keep that and the delete. Yeah, but I'm gonna still have the create so that it'll create and insert, and then if I'm in here, this should be after create new event, after. And so if I'm on 0, it's going to create at event 1. If I'm at the end, so 3, then it's going to check to see if I'm at the end, am I creating an index or I'm just adding a new one. So it's either add at index or add. Right now if I click on these, it just shows the location of the parent of the folder, which is this. Sorry, the parent of this of the list, which is this guy here. So it wants to know where he is. From that location, it's then going to find this folder and it'll save things into that folder. Alright, let us get started on that. So that is, I've already got some of that set up to find. Oh, okay, let me just do this. Region, what do I call this? Event sequencer. It's in here, and this is where I have the create, and this is where I have the path. Now I need to check for a folder. Last time I did that was at least 8 years ago. Folder path here. Thank you, Stack Overflow. Oh, and I want it also to be, so this will be that. Do I already have the slash after? Events slash, oh wait, wrong side. There we go. And do I just do it like that? First off, let me just make sure whether or not, oh, here we go. Right. I do not have a slasher, so I need the slash. Let's debug this. Let's see if we get true or false. That. Clear that. Okay. And true, it exists. Alright, so I have a true or false. What if I change that folder to event? False. Perfect. Events. I like events. And let's go and create now. So there we go. Do I need a full path name? Okay, so what is it? Path folder, string folder name, parent folder. Okay. Just give that a test. There it is. Perfect. Works like a charm. Therefore, what do I want to call it? Events. If that is false, then we're going to create the folder. Then once I've got the folder created, I can now go and insert a new file. I have up here is the element, so I want to create a new one of those. Object dot create instance. Create instance. Okay, so this is where I wasn't sure if it was going to work. Because when I went and looked for all the elements that have that, I've got the element, I stored it, so that's what these are. So there you see event dialog and event move to. That is actually these event types. So I want to create, and this is inheriting from the other guy. It's inheriting from this, which is a scriptable object. So I want to be able to create a new event dialog. our new move to. This is where I knew things would slow down, and that's why I want to get this done from early, because this is an important part. I could manually create them, but element get type. That's going to create the base type. I want this specific one. A long search, but so from template, then create asset file. What is that noise? Is that the music? Not a fan of those drums or whatever it was. Okay. Grab this and let's throw this into the fire. So it is going to be one of these. Technically it's a scriptable object. Anyhow. did he have in there? Where did he get that new path? There it is. New SO name. So that can be... I see what he's doing. Okay. But I want this to be... something. Let's do that for now. And path. I already have a path. So up to here is going to be this. Up to that point there, and then that. So got events slash, and then if you just do that. Okay, and this is going to be a string, and what do I need for you? You are coming from, I don't know. Did he have a script called create instance? Editor and engine. So I have editor and engine. Don't need you. Wait, what goes in here? New SO name. Hold on, how is this creating a scriptable object based off of something else? So that would be solid dot create instance. That. And can I base it on this? No. That's no good. This is wasted. Okay, let's just test that and see what happens. And there's my abstract class. Cannot create instance of abstract class. I didn't want to create that. I want to create something else. Let's try that again. What if I do this? New? No. What if they had public public or private? Public event move to. What if they had a create constructor, an empty constructor? Then can I do that? No. Move to. See, if I did this, I could do that. And that works there. But see, that I'm having a problem with. Okay, what if I did this dot get element dot get type? No. No, it can't be that simple. If it's that simple. Error. Something. No, no. Is this a move to? Oh, unlock. It is a move to. Delete. Delete. Oh. And is this? Ooh, something happened just now. Alright, hold on. Just make sure. Is this an event dialog? This is a dialog. Alright. Now, whatever's happening is doing a reference of those things. So See, that's getting screwed over. Right. And I need to create a new one. So element becomes that, and then I put that in the path, and then when I delete it or change something, that gets screwed over. So this element needs to be something else. Do I do ref? No. Dot ref? No. I want a new. What if I built it into this? Public. Sequence manager. No, sorry, element. It's gotta be abstract. Oops. Save. Okay, can I do that now? No. What if it wasn't a class? What if it was a struct? Can you do a struct as a scriptable object? I'm guessing not. Let's get rid of that. Okay, structs can't be abstract, so class. I'm almost there. I just need this. This is where we've got reference types versus, I forget what it was. So, Unity C# get a as opposed to getting that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Classes are class. Class is a reference type. So I need a value type. How to return a value type of a class. None of that's going to help. A lot of me just staring at the screen kind of stuff right now. Grabbing something like that. So what's happening is I have those, and then inside of the script, which is this one, it's making a list and it's creating an instance. Maybe I want to do the same thing. It'll give an error because it doesn't like that thing. Create instance type. This here is like saying event dialog or event move to. That's what type is. So what happens if I do type is this guy here, right? No, it's not. Dot get type. Okay, hold on. Okay, now what if we did that? It doesn't like this though. I know it doesn't like that. Hey, let's do this and clear and populate that. Clear, create event move to. See, it says it doesn't like that, but something, and it's a move to. Is it a move to? It is a move to. And if I go back up, that has not messed with that original element. Haha. Alright, now can I swap that, because it doesn't like that. Yeah, but scriptable object dot create instance does not take in, watch, scriptable object dot create instance rotate that in because that's a scriptable object. It does not like this. Cannot do a method group as a type. Huh. What if I know that, okay, I don't want to destroy this because this works. That works. And I know scriptable object dot something equals element. I know that worked. What if I did this? I don't think that's gonna work. No. Because that is not this. That's not a type, that's a variable. The last time I tried to do create instance like on this, when I tried to do that and said that the scriptable object was this and then try to create it, what happened was it did not like abstract. It said couldn't do that. I don't like getting the error, but it's the only way to do it. It's the only way to do it. So, I'm sorry. Now then. What happens? It's gonna write over. So got something there already, and that something is a move to, and I'm going to do an event dialog. Get my error, and that something has been written over, which means I need to do some sort of naming thing. How do I sequentially name things? Okay, eyes off of Discord. Actually, sorry Discord people. I did not realize you were still open. I'll just get rid of that and focus on this. Okay, so sequential naming. You can rename it at whatever point you want, but string R file info. Okay, this has 52 upvotes. File info make unique string path. File name path. Restrictions path. What does this return? What is file info? File name string R file info. I want a string, so I'm going to look at that as a string. So let's go back and stick that in here somewhere. We've got in our folder. Let's work on our name, and that is new. Put that here. Return a string. Is this supposed to be path, or is that supposed to be the file name? File name. Alright, so this is looking through. That is getting the path. Ah, that's this. That's this guy here. Which gets the whole thing. I broke it apart to get the path only. Guess we can get rid of this now that that's in there. Alright, so I got rid of... I did that already. So the name's going to come from this guy here, and okay, for now I just want to test one thing, because I noticed this, that it kind of wrapped them in square brackets, the names of those types, and that's using element dot to string. Perfect. No more square brackets. So I get the type and then I do toString. Alright, that helps me with naming something. Because this is where the name is going to be. So name is going to be, so string that name is equal to I should do that way up here. Oh, I can't. I should do that. Doesn't matter. Okay. So I've got the name now. And I can use that here. Good. Now that I've got this, put that up here. Then I can run it through this and get out a file info. So let's do file info, let's call it info is equal to make unique, and we pass in new SO path, and let's look through this now. Okay, this is the first time I've ever seen a for loop done like this. There's nothing there. I think this is the out. Yeah, so basically if the file does not exist, then the path so it's going to return that, otherwise it's going to keep looking. Alright, let's try this. Oh, wait, no. That's not correct anymore. It comes from this. Oops, whoa. that dot full name. I've never used file info like this before, so file info full name is a string. I should at least try to do this. Let's see what we get. And you'll get, okay, this is telling me event dialog. That will be event move 2. Okay, so if it was actually creating them, then, okay, let's create them and see if it does it sequentially now. So take that out, put this back in. Because that looks correct to me so far. Let's lock this and go into events, and did not like that. I cannot create asset file, sequence test folder. Screwed up all of that. Okay. New object to that location. Creates that, and that writes over. So those two were created, but they're writing over, and this script is not helping. When I did debug, on that dot full name, I got the full name come out. Is that it's a string though, right? That's a string, yeah. What was the meaning of the error? I had a viewer. Had. Not there now. And let's see. What do I want? I want to go to this, go to that. Oh, right. Create event dialog. Error. Yeah. It's because of this. It's already a string, so I don't see why. What's it having a problem with? Look at that again. This time I'll look at it after it's done that. So debug.log full name. What else do they have? Name, length. Oh, full name dot to string. It should be the exact same thing. Okay, that and that are identical. It's just a string. Event move to, it's just a string. Oops. And that needed just a string. This new path SO. What if I did this? Do the new path SO using oh no, see, I need to send that in. So event name is that. I need to pass that in for it to say, oh, I'm getting an event move to plus asset, event move to asset, and then I create the path, and then I send the path into this, which spits that back out. Let's duplicate this. And I'm going to call this that. So that should clash. I want to see if that full name is going to increment. No, what am I doing? Stop. Stop. Dialog. And event dialog 1. See, it works. If I got rid of this, or just rename this to RR, and then I click on this, it should just be event dialog. Okay, that works. Why is that? I don't need that. So why? What's the difference between this path and this path? Something to do with the name. Let's change the name then to list event. Let's try that. List plus that. See if that works. Because that event dialog, it doesn't like having another one with that name. Error. list event dialog dot asset. Event system, assets, event sequencer, test folder, events. Oh, wait. This. I think I got it now. Actually, I don't. But I want to test it. Close that one. Sorry, I was looking at something. OBS. Okay. Are we ready? I'm gonna click on that. Clear that, and aha, that's it. See, that was giving this entire path. This is just this. This works. This doesn't. Huh. So dir get directory name. It's the same as this, right? Yeah. Path only. File name. Path get file name without extension. Get extension. Okay. So these things. Directory. I've already got it on this path only. See, let's not, and see what we did. I don't want to export that. I just want return. Searching for that. That I'm fine with that. What if I return path? That's a string. So if I just return path, string, sorry. String. So let's test those two now. I knew file info was foolishness. I didn't. Alright, let's try this again. And bam, we get the same thing. Perfect. File info for some reason wanted to throw the entire path in, which we don't want that. So let's get rid of those, and I can now use info. So it'll be list event dialog, list event move to, and 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth. So let's go and create that. There we go. List event dialog, list event dialog 1, list event dialog 2, move. Good. Phew, that works. Now delete them. Now we add them to our list, this list. If I am in this section, which all I'm really doing for that is I've got, and it always gives me one of those stupid errors, this show list. So show list is being used by Odin to find out whether or not I am showing just a list or showing an actual element. So if I'm showing the list and I do a create, I want to add it to the end of the list. If I do a create while I'm in the element, I'm going to add it after the element and then move to the new element. So in order to do that, I have all of this in here. Let's hide all that. Okay, so I have created no, I need to find if show list is true or not. There's this thing I'm using, which that I want to find if show list no, I can just add okay, that doesn't work that way. Alright, so in here add event type, public void add new event. This is going to take in that. No, it's not. It's going to take in that. And this is going to be event. So up here, once I have finished this, I'm then going to send par dot add new event, and I'm going to send through USO. Okay, let's try that. Okay, that sends it up to the parent. So the parent being the event sequence. The event sequence then is going to check if show list. Oh, I'm finally using that as an if, which means you are no longer giving me that stupid warning. Okay, so if show list, then I'm just going to add it to the end of the list. Events.add new event list button and pass in the event. What does that need? Does not contain constructor that takes one argument. Well, tell me the full thing. Event, oops. Event, comma. Oh, that's stupid. So, that is a list of what? Look, I can hide you now. Events, event list button. And event list button is no constructor on this element. I need a constructor. Public. Thank you. Alright. Now I can pass in the event. Thank you. That's if we're in show list. I'm going to test that first. And go. It created that one. So that is event list event dialog. Go. And it created that one. Good. And they're there. And I can go to the element. And that's that. And that's that. Good. Good, 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 good. Then I can come back here. If I delete those two, those don't remove. I can override the add. Can I override the delete? Huh. Why is that happy birthday? Okay. Sorry, I'm just fixing something here. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Alright, so now, where was I? Delete. Can I do a custom delete? That works for now. I'll come back to that. This is where I have my... Where's my list? That's my list here. Alright. And custom remove element function, remove index function. I believe it's remove. No. That should have been, where is it? Default custom string. Right, and that's the name of the method that's going to run. My remove. Now it's going to have an index number, I'm assuming, so let's look up and see. Not you. Odin. List. What's it called? List drawer settings. Here we go. Custom remove. It doesn't show me what to do with it. I do not like using Copilot like this. Alright, so what do we have? Custom remove string element. So it's going to be the actual element. Alright, so in my case, it's these. Excuse me, my remove. Public void my remove. It's going to take in one of those. Listing. Go. There you are. Ooh. All right. All right. Now that's event move to somewhere. Okay, so event move to somewhere. Where'd they come from? Okay, so let's try that again. And it didn't delete it. I've overridden that. Okay, good. Event move to somewhere. Which means I can use that to first delete. How do I delete? I know how to add asset. I gotta go through that whole path stuff again. Hide you, open you. So I need the path. Just grab those two things and let's get the path of this. Okay, once I have the path of that, I don't want path only, I want, okay, if it exists. So let's try that. I don't need that anymore. It's right there, so it should be true. There it is, true. Now, I want to delete it. So, this now becomes an if the path is there. So it should be just delete asset path. Good. Asset database dot delete asset path. Why is that? Okay. I don't want to delete those, so create you, and there you are, and then I'm going to delete you, and you're gone. I don't need that. Oh, right. Okay. So, do. Uh-oh. I don't think it'll be much trouble, but okay, good. Because I only check to see if it's there, then delete it. So I didn't give an error. Alright, let's try this again. Let's do a move to and get rid of it. So it's gone from there and it's gone from there. Okay, that works in creating the events. And I can have all kinds of events like give gold, whatever, and that will always show up as when I click plus, it'll always show up here, and I can add whatever event I want. Okay. I can always click on them and come over here and rename this to Bob if I want. That updates there. Open event, it's going to open that. So I can go and rename those afterwards if you know, people want to not have event dialog 1, event dialog 2 all the time and want to rename it, they can rename it. What next? When I'm in element and I create one of these, it's going to create after. So that's going to be down here in this. That's nice and easy, so we can do that. What comes next is going to be more complex. What if I wow, there's a big delay between what is currently streaming and it says excellent connection, but what is this delay? When was I last in? What am I getting there? Scriptable object for, wow, that was a while back. Alright, so actually what are people seeing? Be right back. Oh, not that. Uh-oh. Okay. And let's see now. I need to find I think it's element index. Like that. There it is, element index. trying to remember now if the new index is actually, or sorry, where does insert happen? Like, does it push at the index I want? Does it push something forward? Does it insert before? Why is this Christmas in a tavern? Okay, now okay, it's an interesting question. Entity C# list insert does list insert see if that makes sense. Yes, in C#, list insert method inserts before the element currently at the given index. Good. So that is what I want to know, and that is good. So the new index will be after wherever I'm at now, and whatever's there will be pushed aside. Good. So I want it new event list button event. Alright, for this guy here, if new index is equal to events.count, then I'm just going to take these, but I'm going to do a little bit more than that. I want to change it. So how do I get create list? I no longer use this. Who is referencing it? I bet I know it's that test script was using it. Yes, I don't need that anymore. Okay, you've got an error down here. Something to do with brackets. There. No. When I click on the element, open element, And same with you. Okay, so this will, if we're showing the list, we just add to the end and that's it. If not, then we're going to advance the element index. If the new index is equal to the count, then we're just going to add to the end. Otherwise, we're going to insert it at the new index. Then we're going to say open element at that new index. That, I believe, should work. No errors. Okay, I've already tested this. That works. I know that works. And let's say I'm viewing this guy here, dialog 1. So I can see here it's at index 0. Preview event, previous event. Okay, I'm gonna add a move 2 here. Okay, this is a move 2, but the move 2 why did that go before? New index is the element index plus plus. I'm using new index. So if it was 0, plus plus will put it at 1. That's 3, that's 0. Zero. I think it's because I set that index to read only. Is that why? Can I do read only except? Now that's going to open up this, which I don't want that to be active. See, I want to just have a label here, but there's the labels in Odin are totally different than if I was using my own editor GUI. So I'm going to go here. That's a 0, 1, 0. Still 0. Get rid of those. Now, what if I did this? 1. But why is that not incrementing? Oh, shoot. No. Okay, I think I know what it is, but good review. Alright, I think I know what it is. I don't know. Bravo. Oh, no. Oh, wait. I think it worked. It worked. Remove that. And open this. Create that. It created it. I'm on now index 1. And it put it there and pushed F1 down. Good. Alright. This was not working when I was just doing plus plus. But now it works. And I don't care. Alright. That's it. I've finished creating all. The creation list works. So I can have this list here. I should actually just put a spacing with that list. Where is that list? First let's hide this stuff. Oh, it's hidden. This is it here. Space 30. Let's do 40. I could do a little info message on it as well. Okay, so that is now separate from the other stuff. I'm going to color it as well, just so it's fancier. But alright, so I've got a list of all my sequences. I've got some just basic stuff. So what is this? This is a that's a dialogue. Okay, I want the default is click right. Now I'm going to be using typewriter and effects from a nice little plugin. Let's go and get it. Package manager. Text animator. Now I've got two of these. One of them worked really good because it worked, but then there was something with the typewriter that kept messing up, and the other one doesn't seem to do it. So the easier one to use is the cheaper one, but it does have some bugs in it, and I don't want to have to go and rewrite a whole bunch of stuff because I forgot how to fix those bugs. The original programmer hasn't come back yet and said anything. So one of these is the right one, the other one I can't remember which is which. I believe this is the more recent one. Let's check in the asset store. Oh, no, it's this one that I want. Yeah, just so if you're wondering, that's the plugin, and it does all the wiggly text and wavy text and a whole bunch of other stuff. It does text writing on, so typewriter effects, whole bunch of stuff. Really cool plugin, and the other one had the way the events were triggered on when the typewriters ended, or when I tried to end it myself. Those type of things were easier in the other plugin, which is 1989, but like I said, that's got a couple of things that I don't want to have to deal with right now, and so I'm getting this one. Import. Do I have the latest? I do. Import. Aha! I got my chat working. Not like there's anything going on in the chat. And then there's also the Okay, what do we have here? Do I need to do anything? Nope. Nope. What's new? Nothing's new. And okay. Quite a few games I know that I've used this plugin. Alright, the way I'm going to use it is I'm going to be adding effects to this guy here. All dialogue text will have typewriter, but the effects I'm going to be adding are wiggle, wave, and something. Let's go through them, and I should not have closed that. Utilities. Turn that off. Okay. Here's some behaviors. Appearance. Action. I'm just trying to find where's data. Behaviors. Wave behavior. Okay, these are them. Alright, and that's their tag ID, wave. So basically, if I did something like this, let's go UI, canvas, and just add UI Text Mesh Pro. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 3 hours. Wow. And I've had 2 visitors. Let me see. Live streaming. I've had 2 visitors. 2 views. Average view duration 8 seconds. Wow. What I'll probably do is when I get everything finished, I'll do a review. So this is just all the building of it and stuff like that. But I can do a review of the whole thing. And, yes, reload. And close. Okay, so we have this new text, and I'm gonna stick animator. And there it is, text animator for Text Mesh Pro. There's my lovely text. I can preview. Oh, I don't think I've added anything to it, so we're going to do a wave. Then I can close wave off. I think if you're just doing the whole thing, you don't have to close it off, but it's just adding tags to it. And if I run that, there we go. I've got a wave. So the text animator works just as easily. Now, what my code is going to do is I'm going to have event sequence. So here's a dialog, and I'm going to have a list of effects. I'll pull this up in the background. So from a previous game, oh, one of the effects, I want to know if I can do a delay. So that's one of the effects the other text animator had, was delay, where I could write the word new and then have delay for a couple seconds. So I want to find out, does this one do it as well? Quick start, here we go, perfect. We'll learn together. Because that can be one of the effects, is someone says something, he pauses, then you continue saying. So it's like, dot dot dot, let's go somewhere. So put a little delay in there. And with all the crap that's on the sides, let's go and find, this doesn't give much. Effects, typewriter. Add effects to your text. Oh yeah, the typewriter can also trigger events like sounds and stuff like that. Play sounds when each letter is shown or whatever. You can do a bunch of cool stuff. Show hide letters dynamically. Wait, actions. Okay, so if I add these, wait for, oh, and I could do the audio like that as well. Floating point numbers must use period, not comma. That was one of the problems with the other one, was playing the game in, when you had your language pack set to French, messed up. That's something I had to fix. But if this is saying it has the exact same problem, I'm gonna have to do some testing on that. So that's why I had to install different language packs. I got rid of the French, but I'll go back to having it. But I had to add different language packs so I can test to see if it would break on the other game, and it did. Okay, wait for seconds, wait for input, speed. I can change the speed to make things run faster and slower. Alright, but wait for, that's the one I'm looking at. So if I add typewriter as well, so text, new text that is going to be longer than the default text. Thank you. There's there's our dialog box and typewriter by character. Now one of these I need to do. Typewriter starts automatically, because otherwise you have to push start down there. So if that's off and I hit play, oh, this is annoying. Okay, using V hierarchy has spoiled me. I wonder who the views were. You can't tell that in streaming, can you? I'm just going to mute because it's very noisy out in the hallway. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Close that. Right. This is what I'm talking about. I'm spoiled. I wanted to just take that and turn it off. I could easily have clicked on it, come over here and turn it off, but I like my V hierarchy. Okay, so let's play this. And start. So that's that. Now if I did this, if I hide and unhide, where it starts automatically. So hide, unhide. Stop. Anyhow, that's not what I'm testing because I know it works normally. I want to test this. Going to be Bingo. That works. Now you saw the dots go very slowly. There's an option for that. Down here. Wait for last character. I think it's this. Yeah. Okay, so it did a little pause there between text and pause after full stop. But before it's going dot, 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 because it was doing a pause because of the full stop, but there's that option that says avoid multiple punctuation wait. So it knows dot, 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 dot is something to just go straight through. And then there had that little pause there. And I think there's also a pause on a new line. New line. No, doesn't look like there's a pause for new line. Thought I saw that as an option. Wait for new lines. There is. Maybe if I do 2 of these. Nope, that just streamed right through it. Unless I do a new line break. But what's all these no parses? No parse, no parse, no parse, no parse. Yeah, anyhow. Okay, so those kind of additions that I can enter into, those tags that I can add into my text, those are done by reload. And it's taken me a while to get it working. It's in one of my tutorials on my YouTube channel. So I believe, I don't know. Let me check my YouTube channel. But they'll be right under dialogue text. It's going to say effects, and there's going to be a list. I'll also have a dialogue audio as well, so that it's not just the text. Ooh, I should start thinking now about localization. And maybe adding in some sort of actually no. I was thinking of having a CSV file so that someone who's not familiar with Unity could do all the text in Excel, and then export the CSV, and then it imports it all here automatically. But I don't want to go that far, and we don't need localization because what I'm going to be using this on is only local stuff. And if I do need it, I'll just go back into the code. Alright, and I said I want to look at my YouTube page. So I did a video on, was it a live video? This is dialog SO example. Script called dialog system conditional. Right, so here's the example. Come on. Nope, don't show events, I want to show effects. Aha, I see effects there. There we go. Okay, so that's how I'm going to have it, where I'll have a list of effects and I can choose what effect it is. So for instance, wave, and what color the text is going to be, the range. So let's say this is 2. So this is a sentence up here. This is Kai, he goes to my school. And with this rangefinder, we can see what the affected text is. Right now it's just from 2 to 2. So 0, 1, 2, and Kai is 2. So only Kai is going to be shown. And Kai will get the wave. So it's going to redo this text to say, when it sends it off to TextMesh Pro, it's going to say, this is, and then open brackets, wave, close, open angle brackets, wave, Kai, and then we're going to close the wave after Kai, and then he goes to my school. We can have multiple effects, and here's a wait effect as well. So wait for a certain time, and at what spot does it wait. So for instance, I got it set to 0, so it's going to be this, wait, and then is Kai. That should have actually have shown an example of how it would look to show where the wait happens. But anyhow, that's the next thing to go in, and I can grab that off of my last project because it works pretty good. I don't think this needs changing. So let me close that. In here, when I have let's go to event type. So events, event dialog. I want to go to the original. Right, when this gets triggered, so each of them has their own trigger. So execute event, it's going to parse that dialog, this dialog text. It's going to take that, it's going to look for all the effects, it's going to create a new string. And so this string here actually is never really accessed. The string that's actually being output and run by this executing event, that string is actually going to be a different string than this. So my last project, and I want to go to my dialog, effects, so story, dialog branch. Two unities open, not nice. Come on. Here we go. This is taking forever to open. There you are. Okay. And that's not even what I clicked on. That's what I want. Okay. Now we got a dialogue branch here. We got effects. So we had a non-bounce, wave, wiggle, and wait. Let's go and copy that over. So the only one that's going to be using this is, I'm going to put it on this guy because this is dialogue. And what else? There's branch effect. Let's just copy it all over and then sift through what we have. So take you and then wrong one. Come over here. And I'm going to change this music. That's too short. Now let's go Christmas music. Ugh. It's not that bad humbug, it's just this isn't Christmas. Let's go back with this again. Alright, let's go and see what I brought over. Nothing gives an error. What was it again? It was wait until, or wait for. So wait for. Alright, so that should show that. And good. Serialize field. List. List. Of branch effects. List. Thank you. Branch effects. Let's see what we get now. And you can have effects that actually span in between different effects. So for instance, you can have let's say just color. So you can have from the word new text that is going is all going to be in red. The rest is default color. But you can have text that is going to be is wiggling. So the wiggle starts after the color and the wiggle ends after the color. So it starts after the color starts and ends after the color ends. So for instance, I forget how the color's done. If it's done, I think it's RGB, RGBA. So let's do color from the beginning. So color equals yeah. This should show us so I've got effect color there, and I use it up here somewhere. I think I use a tool for that. So tools. Let's try game tools. Tools. There we go. Here's my branch effects color. I'm using hex colors. Alright, so where was the one I was testing? Color equals 1, 2. Actually, red, green, blue. We'll do that. Okay, and then so new text that is going, and I want to do color. Alright, so I've got color like that, and then I want wave to start on that. So wave, and wave is going to end on longer. Alright, and if I preview that, so we can see that I've got some red and some white in the wave. That wave setting really needs to be toned down though. That is in appearance, wave behavior. Okay, behaviors, I might come back to that a lot, so let's just make sure we have access to that. Alright, and amplitude 7. Wow. 1. Much tamer. And maybe it's because my canvas, what if I increase the canvas size? What does that wave look like now? Maybe 7. No. Little small, but I can easily just go and say wave behavior 2. I actually had one set up where I could control, so there's other settings here. Where is it? So I've got the amplitude, the frequency, and the base wave size, and I had it so that you can actually fine-tune those in the effects, but how often I needed it, I didn't, so therefore I didn't bother. So I had an A, F, and S, and you can dial in what you wanted, because you can actually change that directly in here. So if I said wave, so test this out here and see how it looks. So that's at 2, but what if I said I'm gonna use, I think I do use A, effects, styles, modifiers, A. Right, so let's say I did where's the wave start? Let me stop this. There we go. Wave A equals, let's go back up to 7. And you can see, just by doing that, I can alter the wave. Alright, so these things here are going to be inserted when I go look for the string, because like I said, this string here, this dialog text in the text area, that is not what we're getting. We're going to get that with all the other waves and all the other stuff added through, I had it just now, this fella here. So let's grab this fella, copy, and where am I going to put him? I have a manager. I have this, which is already a static class. What if I just stuck it in here? Because I don't use the script anyhow. Public static class sequencer tools. Process dialog. Wait for. And then I gotta close the wait for. Oh no, wait for just stands on its own. Right. Save that. Okay. Let's check and see how it looks. Oh, there's gonna be a bunch of errors. Cause it's gonna be looking for stuff from the parent, the text. It's gonna want to grab the text. So dynamic text range, text effect. It's going to be this stored dialog, right? That's going to be empty because nothing is sent there. However, stored dialog comes in through this set effect range. That is up here. There it is. So add remove effect. Where else is it? It's up here as well. When I do a change. Right. So let's watch all the errors, or all the nothings that are going to happen here. Let's go to events. Let's just grab this. Alright, add one. So you are going to be a wave. And notice nothing's showing up here. This should also be, say, red. And it's not getting any text. So which one is this? This is event system I want to get from here. Where is my actual dialog? Full dialog empty. String dialog. Got a whole bunch of stuff that goes with that. So that is all of this stuff. I'm going to grab all of that. Let's find our dialog friend. Dialog. Hello, my friend. I want to be able to see this easily. Dialog box. Now, dialog box also comes with a count. I'm just going to put this over in the other screen. I won't be able to see chat or anything. Not like anything's going on in the chat, but count. Here we have our count. That number here is dependent on, excuse me, when I create my dialog boxes, I want a certain amount that can usually fit. So I want to go back to things that I've opened. Too many things. Actually, I don't need this open anymore. I could just leave its Visual Studio open. And I'm going back to this. So that is count. Can't see it, but it's there. And text label pulls from that. Now count gets altered. So whenever I type text, I've got on inspector initialize. So whenever I first come into this, the SO, descriptive object, I will get that's going to run. When I do a dialog change, that's going to run. Label comes from count. Show if, I don't need that. Alright, so let's look for that and dialog change. That's down here. So this is dialog change. If I add and remove effects also, as well as init dialog. So let's grab all of this. Run before event list. Who does this reference? Dialog display. Execute branch event. What is this for? Oh, right. Yeah, the old system had events built into each dialog branch. So this is it running before the branch is done and running after. I don't need that. So I just need from there to here. Copy that. And let's go back to here. Oh, all those nasties. So I'm going to take that. Cannot rename this element. So I'm going to take this. What? Close. There we go. And now it's back to working. And okay, branch type choices. Nope. So get rid of that. Else do all of that. So take out the else. Bring this back here. Ooh, the lovely naming of variables. Some string. Okay, that I know what that is, and I don't need this. the next branch stuff I don't need. I don't need any of that. What did I call it? Branch effect list? Branch effect list. So for each of those, I'm going to supply that. When I change my dialog, that's when I'm going to do this. I saw that in there somewhere. Dialog empty. Because that's going to run some stuff. So let's do this. That is also a part of the dialog box. So let's take that in here. Because I believe somebody needs that, and that person that needs it is the effects. Alright, am I wrong? I'm wrong. So who references that? Main scripts, dialog SO. Okay, alright. I don't need that. So let's go back to this, and I don't need you, which means down here, that's not important. That's not important. Now, add remove effects. This is that, save, and all the errors are gone. Now we can see what works and what doesn't work. I'll add a little test button under the effects so I can click on it, and in the console it'll spit out what that would look like with all the effects on it. But we need that to recompile. I don't believe I've got anything else to test. Okay, let's look at it now. Okay, so there's the word hello. I've got two words, so I could do hello there. And as I change this, hello there, nice to meet you. That should have, oh, okay, I can see that says 0 to 5 now. So that did update. Good. Alright. And if I remove the word you, nice to meet, that automatically went down to 4, and that has changed. And it's doing it word by word. So my index is not a character index, it's a word index. So you can see hello there, nice to meet. So that's how I set that up. So I've got wave and all that. I'm going to add a little button like I said, just to do a tester. So here's the effects, that's the execute, then this is region Odin functions, so all the functions that help Odin and region. There we go. Like that. A lot neater. Now, this is the execution. I'm going to leave that here because I want that at the top for sure. I don't need that anymore. I can actually just... yeah, I don't need that anymore. Alright. After the branch, after the effects. Show and there we go. So, why what does it take? Oh, okay, takes the branch effects, the branch effects list. All right. I believe that should work. Let's go. It worked in my last game setup, so if ain't broke, don't fix it. I got accustomed to using this. Once again, I had to take this and make that as a read-only, and I'd rather not do as read-only. I want to do a label. I want to just have a label saying hi there, hello there, nice to meet you, or nice to meet. It's just for my sake. It's going to annoy me. So hi, hello there, nice to meet, and I'd rather have that. Oh look, I added that, and notice it's got extra range now. So that automatically updated. I'm happy of that. All the back and forth I had to do with Odin to get this text, put it in here, do the calculation of this. Anyhow, so let's see how this shoots it out. So oh, look at that. It's actually coloring it down here as well. So it's not putting the color tags in. It actually is putting the color tags in. It's just that console reads those tags and puts it out. So we have that. But we can see that wave has been put in and wave is ended. Can add so if I actually set this to black, I had somewhere in the code that if it is so there, it's just default. If it's put to black, black is the default, and so you can set a default color. Black is my default, and therefore it doesn't add the color effect. But like I said, I can have stuff that spans, so I can do none but color from I should have thought of that. Range and these things don't work if there's no effect. It only does it on the first word, 0. What if I said 0 to 5? No. Or 4? No. It's only going to put it on the first one. What if I want no effect, but I want color within a range? So we have some coding to do. Alright. Without having to copy paste. So let's look at our dynamic range. There's effects range. I've got show if it's not weight. I have this. For the weight is different. So weight is done like this. Time 4. Ooh. Error. Good thing we're testing these. None. Bounce. Wave. Okay, changing this should have gone and looked for the original text. But wait somehow has an error. I can see it's working down here. Show range text through an exemption. Okay, so wait for, so if it's at 0, it applies it before. So hello 0 1. If I go to the end, it'll do before the last word. Okay, so that's the use of wait. Now, why are we getting error? Branch error execution of show range text. On value change, show range text. Which part is giving the error? Is it stored dialog? Does it not like that? There is dialog stored. So what is it saying? Not set to instance of an object. Branch set show range text at 108. Store dialog is right there. Okay, that's time. This is this. When I do time of 4, oh, none. And now I'm getting the full range on none. But these things here didn't work the first time I did it. Okay, add. I see what's going on. So I added, yeah. Here we go. So my effects list, where's the effects? Here's the effects list. On value changed. Calls on the add remove. So I never did that here. Here's my list. When I change that list, then add remove. It's in the functions here. So add remove is this one, and that's the one that's going to update all the branches, all of the branch effects. I don't need to call them branch effects because I'm no longer using the terminology branch. It's an event effects, dialogue event effects. Anyhow, okay. So what was happening? The effects text, when I create a new one, it's not getting an effect. So that's stored in a variable that you can't see, which is being used by this and by this. That's why when I created it, none was at 0. It couldn't find anything. So let's add an effect. Add. And now none has a range. None didn't have a range before because none had no dialogue to go on. So 0. Now let's do a range of I want to be at the end, but from nice. So it's going to span. So show effects in console. So you see wave, hello there, nice. And that's where the color starts. The wave ends. So the wave is from hello there, nice. But the color is from nice to meet you. It works, it works, it works. Yay. Let's not say show, let's say test. Test. And I can actually close this. I don't need that anymore. I'm done. Don't save. Test. Bravo. And I don't know what that is. Get rid of it. Shoo. Okay, so not just the text sorry, not just the test button, but here in the execute event, that's where this is going to come up. For instance, let us execute text event. Get rid of that. Manager. Okay, so I'm guessing that this I can have probably in the manager if this was a singleton, because I'm only gonna have one manager. Yeah, so let's do public void run dialog. So our dialog is going to get that, and that's going to need serialize field, tmp text and text dot text is equal to, yes, it's going to take in a string, our process text. Save. Now this is going to be public static instance and awake There we go. So in here, when I execute this event, I'm going to find the event sequence manager instance dot run dialog, and I'm going to be passing in the process dialog. All right, it's looking good. Now there's going to be callbacks for the waiting. I haven't gone to that point yet. That wait type click. So that's how do I know to advance to the next event. So it's going to stop on this event. So if I want anything to run at the same time as this event, I have to put it before with no wait time. So that doesn't work. Right now I want to do show list. So this is the hello nice to meet you that I just finished working on. So I'm gonna put a delay afterwards of 10. So it'll take 10 seconds to read this, or 5. I don't want full 10. Just because I don't have this click delay put in yet. This works. This doesn't yet. What are these? Oh, that's the new event. I don't need that. You know what? I'm going to do... That should make it more noticeable, or more understandable. There we go. So if the list is empty, click the plus or right click in the assets. So if I go over here, refresh all event types, and select on that, there I've got my event types. Good. Now I wanted to test this canvas. Game object has the event sequence on it, and it needs, oh, wrong one. I want the manager. So this is event, so sequence manager. Here we go. Sequence. Here's my sequence, and come on, don't have more exciting stuff. Whatever. Alright, I've got the event in there, and let's drop the text in there. And play. Typewriter to not fire. But that works. Excuse me. Okay, that has a delay after. Mary says hi, there's no delay. Let's put a 3-second delay. Then Bob says come over here, let's put a 5-second delay. And then we got this walking thing, which doesn't really work right now. And then what do we have afterwards? Then back to the beginning. So let's go and once again play. Obviously, I'm going to be programming in all the clicking and skipping and typewritering and all that. Hi. Come on. See, it was trying to write to the typewriter. I think I need to turn off. Where was it? No, it's in here. I need to turn off. Oh, I need to turn that on. Typewriter starts automatically. And start typewriter automatic from all events. I only want it from I'm going to do it from script only. That way I can actually fill in the text and then tell it to start. But for now, let's just test now that I've set that up to okay, that animated on, good. That animated on, that typewritten on. Come with that typewritten on as well. And I don't want that typewriter. You can actually swap it out in here somewhere. Decorations. Is it that? No. Main settings. Where do I... Behavior. Appearance. Size appearance, I think, is it. There's supposed to be a way that I can change how the typewriter looks. Style sheet. Appearance. Size. Okay. And there used to be, let's check the website, a nice example. So let's do game showcase. No, that's not it. Features, documentation. Features. No, not that. Oh, wait. Powerful typewriter. Built-in effects, create your own. Come on, it's in here somewhere, I know it. Preview and edit effects, no. Quick start. No, not that. I did that already. Oh, that opens new windows. Come on. Stupid music. Okay. Here we go. Alright, built-in effects list. Appearance and disappearance. Now, what do I want? Fading default. Default is size, so yeah. I'm going to go with size, just that I don't like the initial. So I'm going to take size appearance, duplicate it, let's call it small size appearance, and also can I do that and a fade? So if I go into here, this size, okay, amplitude, let's do 1.2, and this will be called size fade. Okay, so I've got that and the fade. Oh, okay. So no, that's the actual. Yeah, no. Go back to behaviors and go back to appearances. Put that up there too. And yeah, that I can't do with that. Delete. Size 1.2. Let's just test that. What's this? Oh. Ah. Oh, that's the fade. Or that's the time it takes to do the animation on it. All right. Can you mix and match them? Like, I don't know. Anyway, I did something here and I don't know if I was supposed to delete. Yeah, okay. Alright, and I'm happy with what I have right now. I can go a little bit bigger on that. No, 1.5. Hello there, nice to meet you. Just a subtle scale. I like that. Okay. Alright. So, the event system is triggering on... It's using those delays that I built in here. Delay before and delay after. So if I had a click, it'd wait for me to click, then it'd do a 5-second delay. Obviously you would set that to 0 so that click is the only delay, but you can have whatever delays you want. The click delay, and then there's also the timer delay, how long it stays on the screen for. Oh, that's the same as delay after event. No. Because at least, okay, on a click, I can click to bypass it. On a timer, I should also have a timer and click. Anyhow, we have working effects. We have the beginnings of a dialogue, and I could do something like move to. Let's put that as top. Computer's getting slow. Okay, I could do this where the move to I have this is turned off. Pause until reached, which means Bob is who's the one that's talking. Bob is the next one, right? So Bob is going to start moving to a location. While he's moving, from the second he starts to move, we're going on to the next event, which is him talking. So he'll be talking while moving. If I did this, he's going to wait until he actually gets to the end. When he gets to the end, then we're going to go on to him saying something. I can have look at events and a whole bunch of other stuff. Also, this move person, I'm going to do this in such a way that I can do a single person, or I can do multiple people, and therefore I trigger multiple people to start moving to a location and wait until everyone reaches. Or should that be a separate one? I can have move single or move multiple. I don't know. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm going to stop the stream. I've had 2 people. Let me see. Anybody else show up? Let's go back to there. And I had 2 people pop on and pop back out. So that's awesome. That's it. Like I said way earlier, I'm going to do a showcasing of the tool once it's finished. This is just me rambling as I create the tool. And that is it. I will hear you guys another time. Alright, bye.